Alrighty, hello, and welcome back to some good old game development. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. Oh, we're back at it from Krispy Kremes. Alright, so, what have I done since last time? Oh yeah, no, so I do hope everyone had a good weekend, though. I do. I've done a few things since last time. What is the easiest thing to show? Probably the thing I'm looking at right now, right? Yeah. This would probably be the easiest thing to show. I don't know if I should have an upper cap on this. We'll see. Dad gay. Yeah, that's about right. Good to see you're an hour early. Ah, time zones have changed for you now, have you? They clap. Yeah. It's like, I love how by moving the stream 1 hour when time zones for me changed, nothing changed, technically. And now, in a sense, also still nothing really actually changes. It's all just the same time. It's great. Gotta love it. Ugh. I love how technically today is a public holiday as well, yeah. Which is why we had some people over yesterday to hang out. We played a lot of Magic. And we had enough people to play, I don't remember what the mode's called, but it's like King's Guard or something. And it's basically there's 6 people playing Magic. 2 people are the kings, and they can't really interact with the thing until the knights die, and the 2 knights are protecting them. The problem was, the first game we played of this, I got given the Slivers deck, and I may have just killed everyone at the all of the opponents at the table, pretty cleanly and effectively. Because Slivers, everybody. Who would have guessed? It was worse as well, because at one point in time, one of the people sitting next to me is like, oh, I could remove one of his things. What should I remove? Of these, like, 2 options. And I basically looked them dead in the eye and like, both of them. They're both a problem. You either stop me from doubling up, or you stop me from just killing you instantly. So, it was neither of them were a good choice. Well, like, both of them were a great choice. The problem was there was 2 great choices. I was a problem either way. So I proceeded to play a little bit more of a chill deck after that. And then got completely destroyed. Because someone had a win con as a king, and we couldn't get to them. Which was rough. But yeah. Anyway, in terms of work being done, do you want to see what I have done with this? So I finished up, for now, Mume's ult. It has a lot of weird functionality, and I could probably do some cleanup on it, but for now, it should work. It did work, I know, right? So, we need enemies to showcase this. So that's the ult, right? Now, it may look like it's just the normal ability. I needed to probably do something to differentiate them. However, if we look very closely, you can see that it goes out and it also drags EXP back. On top of that, it actually goes out towards the EXP as well. So it actually synergizes technically with the anonymous feathers as well. Because the feathers are pickups and they will get forcefully dragged by the ult as well. So it will actually lead to mass clustering of things if done correctly. And just general spam going off. It is quite a potent effect. Because keep in mind, the normal attack is just firing in a cone in my mouse's direction. So I'm just making sure, like, the mouse is away from all enemies, gets spammed out, and it drags them all back in. So that should be pretty good. Let's see. Nothing happened? What the fuck do you mean? The moment 100%ing Midnight Castle Succubus as Lies of P is on pause. Fair. What is that the woman from? Wait, what? Oh, why is that the woman from LOL? I apologize. I am, like, really lightheaded and weird this morning. My brain not function very well. We'll see how that goes later. Why? Oh, why is that the woman from LOL? What do you mean? Oh, you mean Xayah? Well, I mean, technically, her kit is very heavily based off Xayah from the Swarm event. Like, mechanically. Because originally it was going to be... I'm trying to remember the full kit as a... trying to remember the full kit off the top of my head when it was initially done. I think it was always going to be... like, I think originally the feathers were supposed to be at targeted enemies, and it would fire off, like, a set amount, and they would then come back to you right away. Then, like, the rest of her kit was basically what her ability is, and her passive got added when I started moving her towards Xayah more. I said that when you were confused, as I know you, no, you know, yeah. No, yeah, no, it is Swarm Xayah kind of base, because her passive, which I don't think I've got functioning fully yet, is, literally, like, when, you pick up a thing, it will, give you a buff after you've picked up so many things. Which, if you ever read, Xayah's passive from Swarm, that's literally what it is she gets, like, a buff after picking up, I think it's like 250 item, like, pickups. Specifically, coins and EXP. So... Let me just add in... the trigger. So I'm pretty sure, yeah, pick up self, specifically. Do you think about the FNAF song suggestion? Probably not, yeah. I'm not taking too many suggestions this time, because again, it's been 2 months. So I do have the suggestions from last time, and I've stacked up as much as I can. I'm gonna warn now, the karaoke stream might only be like 2 hours. But it will be like, only karaoke. And I'm also putting some songs on there that I fully expect to screw up with, just to force myself with them. Just because I want to keep pushing and trying to improve in a lot of things. Yeah. Is my voice gonna be okay? I don't know. We'll find out. Actually, I'm gonna be back in a quick second. Alright. And I'm back. That was like 150 seconds. Oh well. Okay, I need to... Where am I? So I need to pass through Struck and Owner. Those are the only things that I should need to pass through with the pickups for now. I don't think I care what the value is of things. Yeah. Alright. So now we need to set up pickup checking. So let's go and find similar trigger that I can use. Is there a thing for it? So let's set that up. And then change this to this is player pickup, and then player pickup self, and then self. I still think that's so dumb that it doesn't like that. Fine. Are you feeling better than last time? I am feeling better than last time, yes. Did have some funky stuff yesterday, but it's fine. Okay. That should now run our pickups system. That's good to hear. You're still kind of dying, though. Short answer, yes. But, I mean, yeah. I wish I had more positive statements on some of that. It's kind of a mix of, like, my body... So, again, I have actual medical conditions. Some of which are relatively severe, and I have not been treating myself the best for a long time for a variety of different ways now. Especially at the moment, I'm doing something that very adversely affects my worst condition. And yeah, simply put, that's kind of the problem. Okay, so pickups should now be handled. So now we can start setting up for the buff. Could you not do self-detrimental things? I mean, I have a very self-destructive nature, but like is probably the best description. I'm a workaholic. I actively ignore a lot of problems that I have. Stuff like that, right? So, without external help, I don't tend to do jack shit. The problem is I never seek said help. Hey Flash, how's it going? I'm not too bad myself, all things considered. A little lightheaded today though. Not sure fully why, but what it is. It is what it is. Right. Then... Oh yeah, actually speaking on this game, right? So I promised a... well, be it hyper, alpha state. But I should be able to actually get that accomplished this week if... all things standing. Again, so, as a soft little reminder, I mentioned last week that this week was going to be rough because I had 2 things I needed to prep for, and they were going to take almost all of my time. One of them is the karaoke, and the other one is this. Now, what you see in the game currently is pretty much what we're going to get, except that, like, all of the abilities will have their basic level fleshed out. So, and like, all the characters will theoretically function how they should function. The problem with that is do not expect menus, don't expect the UI to change or improve generally. Don't expect pretty much anything, but like a very bare minimum effort put into giving you basic information. Right? Like, I cannot stress enough how much it's like, I am going to basically have a version of this game as you see it kind of currently available this week. Because my full intention is to do that alongside a devlog and to start doing more regular pushes again. Because when I was doing that, while it stressed me the fuck out, it did entice more progress, which is a problem that I've had for a long time, is that because I'm doing so much work that kinda can't actually be released, because it is so much like under the hood work, I've not been able to put something out that I would go, yeah, people could actually play this, quotation marks. Like, at this point in time, I haven't even got a way to switch characters, right? Like, I'm gonna have to set up something very loosely to be able to switch characters. And you're not gonna be able to leave the game room once you go into the game room. Like, it's stuff like that that I do need to do something about. But I'm not going to probably be able to get to those this time around. Again, I want to get the current proof of concept going so people can see it and see that, like, I haven't given up on the project. Because that's something that has upset me, is that it feels... If you look at all of the platforms for this, it looks like I've abandoned it. Expect to be able to die with a death screen. I don't even know what the fuck it happens if you die. I think if you die, just the game stops. I don't think it crashes, but I think it just stops. Oh no, I actually think no action has occurred when you die. I think you'll just go to 0 health and nothing happens. Right? I need to look at a handler for it. Actually, where is that handled? Player take damage. Yeah, it literally does nothing. This is where the death of a player would be. And it's literally just, there's a comment saying kill the player. So, no, there is a lot of systems that will not be in the game. I will be back in a second yet again. Just a moment. Alright. Let's sit back down first. Oh. And I have fully returned. Alright, put in shutdown there. I probably won't do anything with it for now. There might be one thing I can toss together quickly. Which is just to set up a quick boolean. That I can use to stop, stop a lot of, like, events occurring. And then have the game display that you're dead. Like, just saying a you died thing for now. But aside from that, yeah, it's probably, like, realistically, what I'll probably do here is I will just run a, Pause game. Alright. And then I will set up a... Because this is run on player, right? So we'll say target dead equals true. And then we will go back to the player and set up a variable called dead. There we go. Can you broadcast a text box saying in an option to press yes or no and both do nothing? I mean, yeah, but... what kind of genre is this game? I've forgotten. It's Vampire Survivors. Like game. Or light. Light. Those... I'd probably... It's probably more in the like category than light category. It's roguelite, Vampire Survivors like. There we go. Actually, that's a good question. Does anyone know, does people know the difference between those? The term light and like as the thing that you tack on at the end? Because there is actually a huge difference between the two. And it's why, like, you see some developers get quite antsy about the fact that people call a game a roguelike instead of a roguelite. What's the difference? Okay, so the simplest way to explain it is, so if I called a game like a X-like game, that means it is very similar to the game, right? It's like the best way to think is like, again, this game is a Vampire Survivors like game. You can look at the game itself, and then you can look at the game it's like that you're referencing and go, yes, I can see these are the same sort of thing, right? Your brain can make the connection. Light, so L-I-T-E is typically the terming for it, is that it is utilizing something from it, and it is loosely relevant. So the reason why we say roguelite is because rogue was a game, yes, this is a game, by the way, that's always been referenced, was a game with procedurally generated levels that changed every time. The loot would change, these things would change. Now, tell me, when we talk about roguelite games, can you see how that would obviously be a way to refer to the fact that a Vampire Survivors game is a roguelite? Is that the game changes each run with randomized returns and rewards. However, the idea of, again, leveling up, getting a reward, and to make you stronger so you can level up faster and all that, that has nothing to do with the original game Rogue. But the idea of gaining rewards that are randomized each run is loosely what that game had. Does that make sense? So that, generally speaking, the difference is kind of what Flash said there, which is like, light is, you can see the loose inspiration or the loose concepting. Like is, you can see very clearly the inspiration. So when you see like Dark Souls or like From Software like and light, I would expect from a like, I would see like boss fights being the main thing, dodge roll mechanic, multiple like stat systems, multiple weapon types, things like that. Whereas a light could just be like the loose leveling system or high difficulty intense bosses, but like they're very functionally different, right? Hell, you could call, and take this as you will, you could call like Silk Song theoretically a Dark Souls light game if you're being like weird about it. Because the boss fights are where most of the mechanics lie. And they're fairly intense. Well, both it and its predecessor have that kind of going for it, right? Now, I don't think most people would refer to those games as such, but you could do that as a, say, an elevator pitch argument, right? It's like, if you were to pitch the game in an elevator, you would kind of go, oh, well, it's like a Dark Souls light with how it handles its bosses being a core mechanic, and they require you to, like, step up your game, its platform, yada, 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 right? Like that. That would be your elevator pitch energy. Metroidvania would be better? Correct. But just using it as a loose point of call of what that stuff is. Again, Metroidvania is a great example of, again, technically that's one that has is so large-scalely infamous, or famous, that it drops the tag that we've just mentioned, which is the like and light, right? But again, like, the point I'm more making is that while, yes, that would be the better way to describe it, Sheppy, it is more as an example of how the light and like system works. You can describe these this way. Not that you would. Right? There we go. But yeah, no, I hope that that's given some clarification to that sort of concept. It's a weird one because, again, it's one of those ones that, like, the wider gaming community has deteriorated the meaning of. Because of the excessive use and mishandling of the terms, right? It's the same with FOMO, in a sense, right? It's like FOMO has been very mishandled and has been used to fearmonger. where sometimes it shouldn't be. Because again, a little fun reminder to FOMO. So in case you might not know FOMO, the TLDR is it's fear of missing out, is what it stands for. This is typically used in terms for gaming. We're talking in the gaming industry. This is typically used for items where you put a seasonal or a limited time aspect to it, but it has a monetary requirement as its only option to obtain it. Therefore, the player, so typically this is used in again, the gaming industry uses this term when referring not to cosmetics. Keep this in mind. We're not talking about cosmetics when we're discussing this. In gaming industry. Like, in the industry lingo version of it, right? If we're specifically talking about a statistical item that can change gameplay, potentially giving an advantage, but it is a limited time only and it has a monetary wall in front of it, this is FOMO. Now, could you bastardize the term to refer to cosmetics? Yes, you could. And again, it's been weaponized in that way by the wider community. There is also other things that have been tagged to it which aren't. One example I saw was there has been people arguing with Warframe how Prime Access is FOMO. Even though, as a little soft reminder, in Warframe, everything is farmable. There is only a handful of items that exist in the game that have to be bought for real currency, and most of those are community-created skins that they have put into the game. And that is that they directly give that money to, they give a portion of that money directly to the original creator. It is called the Tenogen system. So, this is what I mean by, like, these terms getting taken away from the industry. They get heard, they get used by professionals, potentially, and then they get, whispered down so many times that it changes kind of what the word means, to the point where it loses its original meaning, and it becomes really hard, because in the industry, you start suffering from being unable to say that term anymore in official contexts because of the connotations of the general opinion of the statement, right? So again, FOMO is bad, but game industry discussion FOMO is bad. I have nothing against cosmetics like that. Don't get me wrong, I have a personal preference of I would love for it to always be available, especially if it's one that I can't buy straight away. Yes, that is exactly what I said. There are some skins that I'm like, I would like to buy that, but I cannot buy that right now. And then there are some skins that I hope that they find alternative ways to give to players. In fact, there is a big discussion I could have on that sort of stuff. At the moment, where there is a FOMO skin, again, discussion, but like, there is a skin that they're going to be releasing for a character in the upcoming update for Star Realm, right? For Cyrene. And I'm getting Cyrene regardless of the general opinion of her, by the way, because I know the opinion of her is hyper fucking negative at the moment. Because, like, she's gone from being, like, one of the best supports in the game for very specific characters, to being slightly better for all of those characters, to being dog shit. It's been all over the place. She has a skin coming out that I get why the community dislikes it, right? I had no problem with the skin until I saw its acquisition, and now I have a problem with the skin. So, the skin is a bow for Cyrene that changes animations. It changes her attack, all that stuff, right? Which I was like, already cool with that. I saw the ultimate for it, and I'm like, you know what? I get it. So it changes her ultimate from having shards. So, in her ultimate, she has shards of memory around her. And it shows all of the characters, the Chrysos ears, everything like that. From the story that we've seen so far. She's a very, very beautiful character to encapsulate the story. The skin makes it so all of that art is kind of replaced by the player's character and her interacting. Like, all of their interactions, all of the memories with specifically the main character. That's the big change to it. I thought that was really cute. Now, again, I see a lot of people really not liking that. I think that that's just general discourse. There's always going to be people that like it and people that don't. But I was still willing to go, I'll try and get it. Then I saw the acquisition. The acquisition for the bow is a limited time only reward for obtaining Onric shards. Now, what are Onric shards? Onric shards are the paid for currency. Not the gacha currency, mind you, the paid for currency. So, I'm gonna pull up Paint to show this. How a lot of gacha games do this stuff is that they try and layer how you obtain your currencies in the game. Because it gives you a false illusion of how much money you're spending, potentially. Right? So think of it like this. We have... Also, hey, you Banky, how's it going? Here is... the money, right? So I put the money into the game, and I get Onric shards. I think they kind of had like a design like this, if I recall. Right? And then I turn the Onric shards into the Stellar Jades. And then I can turn the Stellar Jades into tickets. And then I can turn the tickets into the gacha rolls. And then the gacha rolls get turned into the characters. Right? So that is how Star Rail kind of has it. Now, technically speaking, you can expedite the process with... You just spend the shards and it will just auto-convert into the ticket, so you can kind of just skip that part there. And this is the currency you earn in-game as well. Is the Stellar Jades here. So, keep in mind, all of this is locked behind money over here. To acquire the bow, you need to acquire an amount of Onric shards during this update, during this event period, which is like till mid-December. Now, that's a long time. It's pretty good. The problem is, how many Onric shards do you need? Well, there's tiers. Let's see if I can pull up the tiers. Because there is one that that is also kind of cute and I think was funny. But, again, people have been very hyper nasty about it. Let's see. Honkai Star Rail. It's 3.7. 3.7, on Rick event. Let's see. Because I'm pretty sure the list has been released for it, so I should be able to find it all. And like the skin, by the way, is also called like the Promise Infinity, which is really cute. Here we go. Cool. I found it. Alright. So, these are the rewards here. So, at the start of next month till mid-December, we spend, so if we obtain during this time, so you have to get Onric shards. If you get 300, you get these. It's a resource. Again, most of these resources don't fucking matter, because I have shitloads of them, because I don't use them as much as possible. I hoard. 1,000 gives you these. This is the cute hat. This is a really funny hat. I think it's cool. It's literally your main character gets to wear this hat. It's just kind of funny. And then here, right? So 20,000 to get the Promise Infinity. Right? So, your immediate question might be, how much is 20,000? So let's look that up. What is there anywhere that, no, okay. There's a lot, isn't it? I don't remember. I'm trying to think if I can load the game quickly. I don't think I can. Should I be able, here we go. Is this gonna show me what I want? Here we go. Is that image like poor quality? No, there we go. Cool. Alright. Open image in new tab. Here is the Onric shop. Now keep in mind this has not got the first purchase bonuses listed here. But the most expensive purchase, including the bonus, which keep in mind, I think the bonus is basically you get double this at the top when you purchase it for the first time. Now you might not be able to read this quite clearly, but the $100 US gets you 6,400. 6.5k. It will probably get you close to 7k of $100 US. 20,000. I believe the math done out for it is including first purchases, you are paying a minimum of, was it $170 US? It was either 170 or 270. I'm pretty sure it was only 170 US though. Let's see if someone's got the math for it again. I'm having a look. Oh no, sorry, it's closer to 300? Yeah, okay, my bad. Yeah, so it is probably, yeah, 270, 280 US dollars. So there you go. So, while I was really willing to defend that skin, there are limits. There are limits to what I'm willing to support. Now again, it's like, do you want to put 30 US dollars in to get the funny hat? Yeah, I'll do that. I'm content doing that. That's fine by me. I can put aside that money. I can't put aside what would basically be equivalent to me buying, I don't know, a very large chunk of my PC towards just getting a fucking skin, and it's a limited time only. So needless to say, that upsets me a lot, personally. Now, if we were to do some little fun math, by the way, someone actually did do this, to not even max out a character, but like to probably get close to maxing out a character, like full E6, S5 and Star Rail, it does actually cost about that much. So yes, this is literally them saying, hey, you people that just will fully go super hard for Cyrene and get like her maxed out, yeah, no, you're getting a cool skin for her. I get that. I don't like that. But I will openly admit I don't like that because I'm someone that would have liked that skin. And I'm not willing to put that kind of money forward for it. Like, it would be hard to get me to consider doing that even if I had the money for it, right? And I do agree, right? As like Star Rail deals were some of the better ones. I think this is them testing the waters. So it's gonna just simply be, I'm not gonna get that skin, and I've accepted that. Does make me a little sad. But it's the... I want to stress that we're getting into an era with premium, like, quotation marks, premium cosmetics, right? Where being a collector is becoming worse and worse of an experience in games, and they're abusing that sort of stuff. When you said what it does at maximum, I was willing to spend maybe 150 USD if I had the money. Yeah, like, it's that sort of thing as well, is it's like, if you... Because, okay, I'll see if I can find the comparison video. Because there is a comparison video of their alts. Okay, Star Rail alt, skin compare. Someone has actually put the two, skins side by side. Don't ignore the music, by the way. That's nothing to do with it. Okay. So, let's bring this over. So, you can see here, paid is the top one, the normal one's the bottom one, right? If it's going to actually load correctly. There you go. That is the change. I'm not kidding. There's also a very valid criticism that's been put forward, and I don't think this has been confirmed or not. But there is a chance that there may be an issue where it also doesn't have a different animation based on which Trailblazer or which main character you're playing as, so it only shows the male stuff. So if you're playing as the female main character, you actually still see the male main character in all of those images. That's not something I don't think's been confirmed. I think there may have just been people doomsaying off a bug. Yeah, I think it is nowhere near enough of a justification for its price point. Other than the fact that you are getting it purely because you really love the character. Now, keep in mind, there's an aspect that needs to be understood, right? That may not be quite immediately obvious to a lot of people. Cyrene is not just Cyrene, right? Cyrene is, I think her name is Alicia from Honkai Impact 3rd. She is a character that has existed in the other Honkai game, and she is one of the most beloved characters from that game. Like, she is very much loved. In fact, we're actually dealing with a lot of characters at the moment from that have been, like, very subtly mentioned that are actually from that. One of the big ones was Finon, we found out. But yeah, no, she is, Alicia, and Alicia has an event in Honkai Impact at the moment as well. Alicia? Let me try and find, Honkai Impacted Alicia. Here. This is Alicia. Right? The Herrscher of, Human Ego. Right, if I move my head to the side. So that's what you've got. You can kind of see why it's like, oh yeah, no, that is Cyrene. And there is an event at the moment, if I recall, for her at the moment. So there's a joke at the moment, that I do kind of love, but also is a bit, in poor taste, where the community is saying that, like, oh, this is the Star Rail devs, attempt at putting such a negative spin on this character that people go back to Impact. They literally look the same. Well, they are the same character. They're just alternate universes of the same character. It's the same reasoning with how Raiden or I can't actually. Is it Agme Raiden or something like that? Point is, the Acheron, the fucking lightning boob lady, and then there's also Raiden from Impact. They're all the same character from alternate universes. Himiko, well, the fun fact, by the way, on that clap. So Himiko is an alternate version of Himiko, right? But Welt and Silverwolf aren't. Fun fact, the Welt in Star Rail is actually the Welt from Impact. Same with Silverwolf. Silverwolf is the Bronya from Impact. They actually cross dimensions. Main characters are all the same in the prequel. Yeah. Hoyoverse has always been fairly consistent at always trying to, like, make the same character but in an alternate setting, and I'm not against that. It's cool. But yeah, no, that's... So Welt and Silverwolf are from the other one. That makes her more special to me now? Yeah, because it is talked about somewhere that she not only knows about that stuff, but also there is a comment somewhere where she followed Welt. Did a very nice multiverse. I was really into that. Yeah. And Star Rail's been a really cool one for it. I mean, again, it's led to a lot of really fun fan moments as well. Because as a little fun reminder, to those that know and to those that don't, this is a little fun spoiler moment, right? So there is the character Lorcha. I think it is, right? Lorcha. So there's this character, right? He has turned up and done fuck all in the story. He has done basically nothing. But we know he's a bad guy. I see something that I will show in a moment as well. We also know that in his coffin is a dead Aeon, or remnants of a dead Aeon. Right? These are the core things. The thing that needs to be acknowledged about Lorcha is that Lorcha is the alternate version, and this is confirmed, of... I love it comes up immediately. This guy. Otto Apocalypse. Which, if you want a definition of this guy, how do you define Otto the best? He's a man that basically had someone he cared about taken from him, is the nice way of putting it. And then he's just like, ah, cool. You know what? Fuck you all. Fuck this universe. Fuck everything. I'm gonna end it all. He is the definition of a complete asshole. He is really fucking awful. And the fact that you can see here, like, terms like the false god, Otto Apocalypse, like, shit like that. Yeah, no, he's bad. He's really bad. And he is bad because he knows he's bad. He's doing evil things because he's like, you know what? Fuck it. What? He is the embodiment of, you know what? None of this fucking matters anymore. There is a reason why there was a joke that when we all thought Firefly had gotten killed in Star Rail, this guy kept turning the fuck up. And we're all like, oh, Launcher isn't Otto, we are. Yeah, this guy actually is just insane, but he's fucking great. Kaneki bad? Okay, how do we even start talking about the crimes this guy commits? He is fucking evil. Like, he is twisted, he does actions that are actively just malicious with no good benefit. He is... yeah, he's the personification of a Holocaust. Yeah, that's not actually inaccurate. He is literally all about bringing the end of everything in the most fucked up, horrific ways possible. So when this guy fucking turned up on screen, everyone's like, oh, and then we find out that he's got one of the most, like, corrupted gods, corpses in a coffin he's dragging around. It's, oh no, oh no. How's Otto involved in this? Yeah. I can't fix him kind of bad? Oh yeah, very much. Like, he is War Criminal is probably the best we get. He is actually evil. But, like, I want to stress, he's evil for a reason you can kind of understand, but you still sit there and go, bro, that doesn't justify it, and he'll turn around and straight up say to your face, yeah, it doesn't justify it, but fuck you. Now, in case you didn't know, there is an event. So, Otto and Welt are very tied together in the story. Now, that's a really important thing to keep in mind, right? That Otto and Welt are very tied together. They have been at ends for a long time. And in fact, if you actually look at Welt's splash art, you can actually see, ironically enough, it actually turns up here. If you see this character in the back behind his head here, that's Otto. And in fact, again, Welt's fucking thing is amazing because you've got Himiko down here and such. Like, it's really, really great storytelling. That's his splash art. That's just his splash art that tells you a lot about who he is. Now, also, I'm gonna just quickly add, because this is a discussion that's had many a times, how powerful is Welt inside of Star Rail? He's not as powerful as people make him out to be, but he's really fucking powerful. Can he create a black hole out of fucking nowhere? Yes, because he did keep the fucking cane. Does he have his, Herrscher level powers? Fuck no, he doesn't. He gave that shit up, if anyone remembers. Could he fight an emanator, which is basically the equivalent to an empowered being fully from a part? Depends on the emanator. One of the big discussions was between him and Acheron. Who wins? It's probably Acheron, because Acheron is basically the universe's Grim Reaper right now. She could cut reality in half. He throw a fucking black hole at her, she cuts it in half and puts him in it. And he dies. Like, it's just kind of how she works. So yeah, there are characters that are like tie-overs, and it's great. Now, ironically enough, but no, going to the event thing I do want to talk about, which has come up again because if I remember correctly, Finon's character is also in that event, right? There is an event, Sweep, do you remember what it's called? With those three? Welt, Otto... There it is. This will get me it. This is an actual event that happened in Honkai Impact. With full seriousness, this is an event that happened, and this is amazing. So we have... There's so much to unpack from this, by the way. There's so much to unpack. This is a war criminal. A guy that basically is the god of creating things at the time. Oh, what was Kevin again? I can't actually remember what Kevin is. He's something, and I can't remember. I'm blanking on it, it's pissing me off. But this is them as idols. Fully dressed as, like, female Japanese idols. Now, the best part of all of this is, why am I bringing up the fact that this has gotten brought up again recently? Now, this got brought up a while ago, right? All the side events were like this, and all the story chapters were the saddest shit ever. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a reason why... and I'm gonna just trigger Sweep for a quick second. There's a reason why during the... trailer for Penacony, where people saw Himiko falling, everyone had a fucking panic attack. You're welcome for those memories there, Sweep. Anyway. The reason why this has been brought up recently is because we got in the last, like, not last story that I have, because I haven't done the last one, but the one before that, we found out who Finon is. So, if you remember, I've shown Finon before. He's the guy that transforms into, like, the one-winged angel bullshit, right? It's, this guy. Pretty boy. We found out who he is. Which is, Kashlan. Right? Oh, Kashlana, sorry. This is Kevin. This is our universe. This is the Star Rail universe's Kevin. There was, again, a lot of theories that he was. We know he is. It's also funny as well because it's, so him and Cyrene come from the, town Ides Elysiae, which, a reminder, Elysia is the name of Cyrene's alternate self in Impact. It's a like, again, this, it's it starts getting very, very, like, all over the place with it all. But, like, upcoming as well, we have in the next story arc, we know we're getting, oh, what's her name again? Is it Miko? Miko? It's another pink-haired character from the other games. So we know we're getting another one, another that as well. It's great. But yeah, no, again, it's one of those things that, like, it ties the games together, which is really fun, but it's also kind of, I like and dislike it. I love when the community acknowledges it and treats it well. I hate when they get, like, super anal going, this isn't how I remember my character. Like, the final one has actually led to a really cool discussion, which is how, people have mentioned how different Finon is from Kevin, but they've acknowledged that he still results in the same kind of person. Like, they came from very different angles and resulted as a very similar outcome, but they're different in their own unique ways, which makes that really, really gorgeous of a storytelling moment, if you think on that. It just goes to show, like, it's a very core to their person. It's the same with Raiden, in a sense. Raiden has always been quite a stoic individual. She's always been, fairly quiet, but willing to make humor and be a human being. But also just weight of the world energy constantly comes from her, right? In every version of her. Now, which I actually can't remember which thing Raiden was in Impact. Oh, they fucking change as well. I mean, one of the big ones as well is Cele was one of the first characters. She was literally the first banner for Star Rail, and she's a character from Impact as well. In fact, a lot of people had massive panic attacks with her because her character has some fucking arcs. But we've luckily enough not had to deal with those for her. And we've not heard her say anything about a sister, so we're fine. But I do like the fact that in her ult, her eyes go red. It's a very cute nod. But yes, welcome to the fact that I know way too much about all of this shit. I fully acknowledge that, by the way. I get fascinated by this stuff. I like when companies interweave. I like when companies do really interesting things like this stuff. I think there's a lot to learn from games that do to this as well. I stand by as well. Honkai Impact plot/lore is something I would yap for hours. Then, God, I hardly remember. Yeah. No, Impact has an incredibly beautiful amount of storytelling in it. An incredible amount of beautiful storytelling in it. It is amazing, and it's why everyone's so excited with Star Rail, because we have the best one of the best writers for some of the best arcs in Impact working on Star Rail, right? Like the head writer or whatever, or like the director of the stories for Penacony and Amphorius is the same guy that wrote all of what's considered like some of the best arcs of Impact. Hey VTubers, how's it going? Have you ever made an awesome stream? Yeah, I mean, we're just talking about random stuff at the moment. But like, the fact that I can see the loss of Himiko was written by him, right? Like, that story part was one of the things he wrote about Impact. And while I played a little bit of Impact, I looked up the story externally, right? Like, I liked the idea of the game, but I just didn't have the opportunities to play it effectively and consistently. But I really liked the story, so I looked up the story. That arc is probably one of the most heartbreaking arcs of the entire game. It has done so much emotional damage to Honkai Impact fans that they will always remember that scene. And the fact that that guy is the guy writing like most of these stories is amazing. Reason for which I kind of regret not getting into Star Rail, but would destroy my days. Again, I kind of get that. That's why I will say Star Rail's good for me because, like I said, 90% of the time, I go in, I play for 10-20 minutes before stream, getting dailies done, and I can leave it on auto to do all of them, and then I can just get my stuff done while I'm letting that autopilot. Fuck, I have built magic decks while letting it autoplay in the background. Which is something that, like, I've been told, because Noxie's got back into Genshin, right? She's not trying to get me back into it, but, like, it's one of the discussions we had of just, like, the amount of time you have to play something like Genshin is you have to play for, like, an hour, 2 hours, fairly consistently every other day, right? To get through all of your resin and your resources and do effective grinding. I don't have to deal with that problem because Star Rail is so automatable and so hands off that the majority of the time I can just relax playing it. Which makes it substantially better for someone like me that I tend to, the more involved the game is, the more of a barrier to getting up and playing it each day get. Because I played WoW. I played WoW daily, well, more than daily just by the end of it. But like, I played it in a obscene amount. I had years on characters in game time. I know what it's like to live and breathe a game and play it more like a job than a game. I have played an obscene amount of Warframe. I've gotten back into Warframe again recently, because I kind of go in and out of it in waves. And if we just go here, you can kind of see, again, I have a few hours in the game. Right? But it's the same problem, is that while I can even play the game, like, half asleep or asleep, it requires me to boot up the game and take actions, more than just pressing through menus. So it makes it a little bit harder, and it doesn't feel quite as the rewarding aspect. So Star Rail's really, really good for just being like, you wake up in the morning, you autopilot a bunch of the stuff while you're making your breakfast, or you're going to the bathroom, or fucking setting up for a shower, I don't know, whatever. And that's what makes it good. I will openly say, though, the longer it takes for getting into the game, the worse it is, because it's a gacha game, and especially at the moment, like, there's the high-end event that I can't even beat at the moment, but that's because I'm not really putting any effort for it, and I should. That requires you to have 3 different teams minimum. Right? And that's the problem, is I built, so I had 2 teams at least, at any given time, that were very strong. And one of the main all the main teams I have do not do well into this one thing that I have to fight. The 2 team types that do go well into it is either a team I literally do not have, or a team that I have not actually been putting the work in for that I should. So you're wondering what I'm talking about. There is an event where basically you have to kill 3 things, or like you have to fight 3 different fights, and then you can fight like a final boss. And you weaken the final boss by fighting these other things. One of the mechanics for the one that I haven't succeeded maxing out the effectiveness on is the lower the enemy's health, the less crit damage they take. Which means the 2 team comps that go well into it are Super Break teams or DOT teams. I own Kafka, sorry. I don't fucking own any other DOT characters. I don't have Ho-Ho, which is their best, like, support. I don't have Black Swan. I don't have, Hyacinth, not Hyacinth. Who was the one that came out recently? The fish girl. I can't remember. I apologize. But I didn't get her. Is that Hyacinth? No, Hyacinth's the healer. I own Kefka? Yeah, I know, right? No, because I got into Star Rail because I saw Kafka, and I was like, she's fucking hot, and I'm down for this. Like, I will openly admit that was one of the things that my friend sent me to get me into the game, and I got into the game. So, like, I actually own her from back in her first banner. You made Clown your dog. I fucking wish. I do actually, again, reminder, I do have a Kefka deck in Magic. I played it last night and I made everyone scoop. It was great. Turns out taking 3 damage for drawing a card and drawing multiple, forcing people to draw multiple cards a turn made people not want to deal with it. And then getting huge benefits off them discarding stuff. Anyway, but yeah, no, like that's some of the stuff that I fucking giggle at the most is like I have been playing the game since the beginning and I've missed like maybe a week or two's worth of games, like logins. I have logged into that game nearly every single day since I started playing, and I started playing within the first month it released. And I was like 1 or 2 weeks late to it. It was still the Sele banner when I logged in. And I tried to roll for her, and I even had money at the time and I put money in. And I'm trying to remember. I think I got her and like maybe her E1. And then I didn't get her light cone. And my friend, this is again, reminder, be very careful when you play with other people, these sorts of gacha games, like alongside you, because you're either one of 2 people. You're either the person that puts in little to no money and is kind of happy when you can get some stuff, or you're what my friend did. E6, S5 on like every fucking character at the beginning. And constantly showing that off to your friend, like to me, and I was like, I'm happy for you, bud, but like... And we've seen my gacha luck in Star Rail. My gacha luck sucks in Star Rail. So when I'm seeing a guy dump hundreds of dollars into the game, getting kinda lucky, and getting all of the stuff, and I'm like sitting here barely ever getting anything, it's demoralizing. It makes it hard to want to play. So in a sense, it sounds mean, but like, I have mixed feelings about how he doesn't play it much anymore. Because I know he doesn't play it much anymore because, because of time and stuff like that. And it makes me sad because I don't have people to talk about the story with. Because I fucking love the story and I want to talk about the story with people. But also, it means that I don't have to deal with every other, like, few banners dealing with him going, hey, look at this. I spent 500 New Zealand dollars, and I have this character, E6, S5. Oh, yeah, you wanted that character. Oh, you still haven't rolled them? Damn. When I played Genshin alongside my sister, I spent no money and won every 50-50 with very little rolls too. It was fun, but she got more and more depressed every character. Yeah, like that happens. Those are just money. Show me how you rank in the Abyss Filthy Casual. Yeah. Like, that's the funniest part as well, by the way. A little, like, tidbit on this, and this is why I do kind of give a bit of credit to Star Rail. I clear more content than he does. In fact, I clear a lot of content faster than he does, and he has, again, multiple teams that are just E6, S5. Now, if you're wondering, by the way, I should mention, if you don't know what I'm referring to with these, like, E6, S5, the terms are, so there's what's called eidolons in this game. This is constellations for Genshin players. It's all sorts. The idea is it's basically when you get a duplicate of a character that you own, you get an eidolon up until you get to their 6th one. This gives them a substantial power boost, especially the last one. It is insane how powerful they can get from that. So that's what the E part means. So if you see someone say, my character is an E0, that means they just own the character. E1, first eidolon, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, the S part of it is referred to when we talk about what's called the light cone, weapon for Genshin players, all sorts. It's basically a signature slot that slots in and gives them a bunch of raw stats and an effect. When we specifically say S, it is a signature light cone, right? Because every character has a signature light cone. Well, every 5-star character has a signature light cone. And it is a light cone that is literally designed with that character's kit fully in mind. To the effectiveness that, like with Acheron, the power difference between her signature and the next best one was like a 40% of her effective power. It was a lot. So, again, light cones can be ranked up of duplicates up to rank 5. So you have a minimum of S1 if you're going to refer to the S's, or the signature light cones, S1 to S5. There we go. Because it's superimposing them. On the other side of the coin, my sister got amazing artifact rolls, and all I got were HP percent or defense percent. The reason I quit Genshin, that's fair, yeah. One of the highest tiers of as a free-to-play. The game made it possible. Yeah. And again, like, that's the thing. Could I beat a hardcore whale in the game if they also had really good stats? Probably not. But I have really decent stats on my characters because I constantly make an effort to always actively improve my characters. I always try and cycle up and always come back to characters that I feel are underperforming and boost their power up just a little bit more. I try and tune my characters hyper effectively and try and ensure that their power levels are as good as I possibly can get. Which is, again, the part of the difference between me and him. Is he wouldn't make good teams. And then he would complain that he's not clearing... Like, again, I want to stress, we're talking about someone that had, like... There was one team he had, his strongest team, had 2 maxed out characters with, like, really good relics on them, and he could not clear content that I was clearing. How many crit rolls did you get on your DPS? Yeah. Dude, every single Hoyo game, that is the joke. It's just like... That crit rate, crit damage rolls, though. Suffer. So I do really, really put in the work with it. But yeah, no, it's just a little fun thing of like, just getting characters and getting them maxed out doesn't mean that you're strong. Inversely, just not doing, not putting in any effort, never rolling for characters and anything like that, you are going to be weak as shit. Like, this is the point with Star Rail. And this is the thing that, like, I laugh at with the community every time I see this stuff is it's like, why can't I clear this content? This is fucking bullshit. I can't, like, how can I? And then I'm just like, you have 2 to 3 DPSs in a team and a singular healer. Or, like, maybe a damage buffer. The fuck did you expect was gonna happen? It's like, oh, but I should be able to kill them for... No, that's not how that works. You look at the zero cyclers out there, they don't run a fucking sustain. They run, like, 2 to 3 support amplifiers and 1 to 2 fucking DPSs at most. Decent, not good crit rolls and we're good enough. Fuck it. Yeah, that's fair. Like, that is the thing that is, like, actually how to get better at the game, is to just put in the effort to get a little bit of farming done. Again, it's 20 minutes at most a day. It's not hard to put it on your phone or on your computer in the background while you're doing other stuff. Gotcha. Awesome. Great. You're there. But then it's also just don't build shit teams. Oh, but they keep releasing characters that I want to growl for, and they're all DPSs. Okay, I get you, Chief. But that is a conscious decision you're making. There are 4-star characters that are supports and amplifiers that are still adequate. Run them. You gonna tell me Ting Young's a bad character? Fuck you, she's still one of the best. She is still actually one of the best supports in the game. Especially when we're talking free to play. It's not hard. They also give you a shitload of resources. Ah! It's very nice. Spent all of my AFK 20k Trailblazer in less than like a week. I didn't even feel like I was grinding. Yeah, no, again, getting relics and shit in that game is literally, do you want to just click a button? Cool, you do the fight. And then you look back after like 2-3 minutes and it's like, oh cool, I'm gonna click the button to redo the fight again. You can do that like a few times to get through your fuel, or whatever it's called again. Trailblazing power, I think is what it's called, right? And then you're just like, done. Ever since they made it so like you literally could not fill up over a 24-hour cycle, it's fine. It's literally second monitor content outside of main story. Fuck you, it's first monitor, but it's under Windows. Like, it is a fucking, like, minimized game. Genuinely, that's why I love it. I can have YouTube on my second monitor, I can have Star Rail on my primary monitor, but then I can be working on something on top of it. That is why it's so good. It's literally just tab over every once in a while and do it. It's cookie clicker. It is! It's cookie clicker you play for 20 minutes a day at most. It's great! There we go. I've been re-downloading Star Rail. Can we be friends despite region difference? No. No, we can't. Yeah, region difference does lock it out. I'm pretty sure? I'm actually not sure on that. I'm pretty sure region lock, though. I'm pretty sure region lock. Zero, 1, 2, 3. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We shall try. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's a reason not to try, but yeah. I don't remember if I need to. How do I need to write this? Replace true. So it's by default, it replaces itself. Cool. Okay. So I need to put in a player stats convert. Ooh, that's a good point. I'm gonna have to put in some hold values, right, aren't I? Yeah. Okay, let's put in some value, hold values then. So 0, this is going to be, let's see, it'll be cooldown, hold. Can we have a mini train Easter egg in VTube Unite? What do you mean, mini train? How do I do this? Okay, so I put in, struct. I don't need a whole value, do I? No, I do need a hold value. Like a train? If you're literally just saying, like, having a train in the game, there is going to be, like, a train attack. But... is there anything to be said about the Cinder returning, or do we leave that, horse beaten? I've already talked about that, back when And my short answer is she's very clearly making an effort to put her past behind her and move forward. So later. I in fact turned up for her first stream, because I wanted to see how it was all going, and yeah, actions speak louder than words. I am done with playground drama. I don't think either side should have been releasing docs like they did. That's pretty much the main stuff. Like, I genuinely, I stand by, I just don't think anyone should have been releasing docs like that. It's fucking... I think it's childish, I think it's really problematic, and I think it led to a lot more shit going on than needed to be. And I think the community moved to demonize someone more than they needed to, for things that didn't directly involve them. Train attack. Roller. Yeah, exactly. No, there is something about a train attacking things. But yeah, no, I do get what you mean with the Star Rail thing. I mean, I'm probably going to have a Star Rail reference in there or two. Do you think there's anything harder than, to do than forgiving yourself? I'm going to be honest, I still don't forgive myself for a lot of things in my life. I just actively make an effort to make it so they don't repeat. Right? I see it that way. It's not about forgiving per se, it's about not letting it stop you. Now, there's a level of you should probably try and find a way to forgive yourself. In fact, it's the best case scenario is to forgive things. I do forgive a lot of other people for a lot of things that they've done. But at the end of the day, like, I very much said, I don't like gaslighting, emotional manipulation, anything like that. Then they're very, very horrible traits. Because I used to, right? I used to when I was a lot younger. I was an awful person. I would consider that. I do not look back at myself very fondly for a lot of these things. And that's the point. Okay, how I do this is I think I need to do... add the value to... it'll remove the previous value, and then... which one is it? Value 5, right? Value 5 equals struct dot value 2. And then we make in here player stats convert. Owner thing. And then minus struct dot value 5. Alright. What's the most complex horror movie monster you think you could not survive even with prep? Cenobite, right? Cenobite's the first thing that comes to mind. So technically speaking, even if you have preparation, if they're on your ass, you just kind of die if they're not fucking around too much. I mean, there's plenty of horror as well that is just like actual unstoppable. If you're in a BDSM, you can become one of them, true. A little bit too intense for my taste, I have to say. Like, it's one of those things of, like, I could say, I could technically say, like, the Alien from Aliens series, right? Because no matter how much you prep for it, theoretically, there is a level of adaptation you have to fight against. And it can evolve, it can adapt, it can improve, it can find a way to counteract it, eventually. Same with, like, I could... Like, talking arguably it's a horror franchise, I could talk about fucking pretty much anything from Warhammer 40k, right? Especially. The Warp, the Tyranids, the Necrons, any of that shit. No matter how much prep time you have, you can't beat a fucking, universe-ending entities. In that case, we talk the whole xenomorph species rather than the singular entity there. Yeah. Right? If we're talking, like, famous ones, yeah, I mean, it's like, this is the thing, right? Is that the charm of these movies is the fact that you normally have incompetent survivors. Or some mistakes are made. That's the point. Someone makes mistakes, and because of these mistakes, people die. Or people are put into problems, things like that, right? To kill one xenomorph, so fun. Yeah, like, if we're talking of specifically, there's one xenomorph around, yeah, there's very easy answers to that, right? Like, fuck, I could just get a gun. Like, are you gonna tell me a xenomorph that's not ready for it is going to survive well versus an elephant gun? Like, that's kind of something that comes to the argument. Hey, Devil, how's it going? Why did you start stream an hour too early? Hey, Devil, do you know what daylight savings is? And have you looked at your clock? You remember how mine changed like a while ago? Guess what? Yours fucking changed. It's the same time, dickhead. There's a reason why I use UTC as the time for it. Because it doesn't change, and it is the same distance away from New Zealand time, as always. Technically. Devil is a failure. Hey now. Are you guys being mean to Devil? Why are we mean to the Devil? No. I don't know. Like, again, it's that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a problem when you talk about, like, what horror movie villain. I'm like, oh, you said Jason. Oh, well, I mean, he's very easy to beat with preparation, especially if I know who, like, I know Jason. He's very easy to deal with it. Fucking Edward Scissorhands. Same thing. Freddy Krueger. Show him a child. Like, again, it's... This is the problem with a lot of those. With, like... Yeah. That's why I'm not sure I can, like, effectively answer that. Because it's basically, what ones can I not beat? It's like, well, it's ones that literally just are conceptual beings that cannot be stopped. That are objectively OP, and that's their point, right? Freddy is an easy answer, but he can leave you alone for a bit, changes your life to avoid it. But you can avoid it, yeah. Also, just as a little fun reminder, I have incredibly lucid dreams, typically. Weeping Angels are not horror movies. Yeah, like, this is the thing, is like, some of the best horror-esque, villain, like, evil creatures aren't actually from horror movies. Because, again, horror movies are specifically designed with the intention of screw-ups in mind to make a person in a situation that they shouldn't really be in. Right? Like, even the good, like, Alien movies was situations where theoretically someone fucked up, which led to all of the stuff going fucking sideways really quickly. So, it's... like, by argumentative sense, no horror movie is, like, not dealable with. I mean, fuck, if you want to know what my favorite horror movie is, by the way, it's Monster House. Because that has some of the best storytelling in it. Actually, I have no idea what the Demogorgon does in the series, but I do know it sucks at chasing around long walls, and its dash can be crouched under. Yes, a fellow Dead by Daylight player. I still love that the Demogorgon goes, like, in and out of being one of the most meta killers and one of the worst, even though, like, he's unavailable for most players. Monster House is a classic, and it's sad that I can't say that unironically. Yeah. Is this a girl house? Was cool fool shadow. Dude, I absolutely love Monster House. It's... Little fun fact, right? I don't have very many little rituals I have, right? I don't like celebrating events very much. I'm not much of a, like, how to describe it best? I'm not much of a person for, like, a birthday, Christmas, a holiday event, anything, right? However, I make an active effort every Halloween to watch Monster House. Because it's just a good movie. And it gives me an excuse to come back to it. Um, Sorry, just give me a moment. I need to think how I'm doing this. There we go. Let's see. I'm right now redesigning my special vampire spawn from just elite enemies into actual bosses. Oh yeah, these are the ones that you said, like, were based off players, right? Like, the players that had died? I feel like that's what I remember. Yeah. I mean, if you're changing them from elite enemies to bosses, outside of stat increases, I mean... Okay, I have a question. What limitations are you wanting to put forward on the ideas? Because I could put forward an argument... take 4 turns in a round instead of 1 at the beginning, middle, and the end of the round. So I have a question for you, Devil. How much do they remember of who they once were? Are they mindless, or are they, like, corrupted? Like, do they genuinely turn around with that Dio energy and go, I have far exceeded my once power? Because if they are in that sort of category, right? So if they think, oh, well, I've reached new heights, why not do that? How much of, like, the planned character growth do they have? How much do you know of what was intended with these characters before they died? Because wouldn't it be really fucking insulting to the players to see their characters closer to their final intentions than they got themselves? I abandoned my humanity and was able to grow stronger. And it's literally them, but, like, further along in their journey, in their power, in their, like, what they were trying to attain. I would be pissed the fuck off if I saw my character reaching the heights that I wanted for them, but they died too early. You can even make it as simply as, my master has bestowed the power on me, and I was able to reach greater heights because of it. Sort of stuff like that. Who's now is a vamp, is worshipping the vampire lord, and essentially the unit, captain of a few vampires. Yeah, like, it's just... genuinely take what they were supposed to be eventually and do that with them. give them what they're in terms of levels, just give them a few more levels and what the direction the players were taking their character in, and do that with them. That sounds really fucking interesting, because it's a storytelling moment as well. Zipping away from just giving them player abilities and more going for exclusive abilities. Okay. So if you're doing that, look at what they were going to become and find exclusive abilities that are similar. Potentially a little bit stronger, potentially more vampiric versions of all of their stuff. Make their characters look like they grew outside of the player. A corrupted growth. I'm not making them a high-level player. Yeah, I'm not saying to make them just high-level players. Just give them the stuff that they would have gotten from leveling up. Give them slight boost to stats. Give them that sort of those abilities. Direct them in the direction that the character was going to do. But just make them NPCs. That's fine. I'm not saying to make it PvP. I'm just saying to take what their growth was supposed to be and steal it from the player and give it to the things they're fighting. Because then it's also a level of storytelling of like, damn, maybe I should actually, you know, like, convert over, because clearly they're stronger. All I have to do is give up my free will. You know what? Maybe I'm good. Okay, I'm gonna have to do a bunch of math here, huh? So, calc, value decay rate. And then we're gonna have to do the duration thing. Let's see. I have the idea of styling with moons. He was going to grab Commander Strike ability. It lets him, instead of attacking, give his attack action to another ally in sight. In the vampire form, he has a separate turn now for giving orders to vampires in line of sight with different effects, like forcing them to dodge or grant them an extra attack on their next turn. Yeah, that's it. It's pretty much what I'm saying. It's like, take what they wanted to do with them and do that. but within the context of the vampirism, right? Take Dio as a really good example. Dio was an ambitious asshole of a dude that, like, was fairly, capable. He was extremely calculating. He was very tactical and all of these things, and amp them up. However, also ensure that the one weakness Dio had comes through as well. Yes, you can make an argument, Dio's weakness is the sun, Dio's weakness is this or that. No, Dio's weakness was overconfidence. Because he believed he was so much more powerful now that that is how he lost the first time. That is what I feel I would do in that given context. Is I would take what they wanted to do, I would amplify that, but I would make the bad guys, like, I would make their vampire equivalents very much make poor decisions, purely because they don't see the players as problems. They think of them as very easy to dispatch threats. So they won't actually exert their full potential. They have a lot more, and they do a lot more grandiose things, but it doesn't actually result on them being harder to fight until they're at a scarier state where they're like, no, I'm panicking now. Hell, make it so they even make an attempt to get the fuck out of combat if they're at low health and, like, fuck off for a final fight. Where it's everything, right? Because I assume this is kind of like mini-boss-esque, where you deal with a few of them at a time. Not all of them. It's like you go into a room, there's one or two of them there. You have to beat us to progress through the whatever, right? One at a time, yeah. So what you could do is make it so they have, by your intention, a threshold that they would fuck off at. Have a threshold where they get serious, and then a threshold where they fuck off. And then have it so they turn up for the final fight. Does that make the final fight potentially far more difficult? Yeah, but let's be honest, there's a good chance that these characters aren't going to hit the threshold where they'd fuck off. Right? Like, sometimes they'll just get killed. And that'll make that final fight significantly easier. And then you can play around that. Or, you could actually make it even more funny by having it so when they fucking get low, they fuck off, your characters get into that final boss room, and the vampire lord's just like, wow, you've all really disappointed me, and just chops all their heads off, and go, oh, hi, sorry, I had to dispose of that, now I'm gonna kill you. Right? There's a lot you can do with how to do the storytelling element of it, right? It's how closely do you want to tie the storytelling with the gameplay. Also, I hope people are understanding from this discussion why I would love to be a DM one day. Like, this is how I perceive this stuff. Give players challenges to overcome, not just, like, as a character, but as a player as well. Make things matter. Tell them that they aren't safe, but give them all the resources they need to be safe. Let them choose how they want to do things. I'm planning to make him the most OP motherfucker out of the vampire spawn. Hell yeah. Isn't Devil a DM? Yes, Devil is a DM. Devil's a DM for like 2 different campaigns actively, and I think 1 more on the way, right? Two active campaign and 1 planned for next year. There you go. I've got a lot of friends that are starting to get very close to setting up for a D&D campaign as well. I have been asked if I want to play, but the problem is that most of the player counts for those groups are really high already, and I don't really want to intrude. As also, look, it's one of those things of, like, I fully acknowledge what I'm about to say sounds stupid. And I know it, right? I fully know this. But, like, I'm in a situation where I would love to play a tabletop RPG, but I'm never really played one before, and because I've never really played one before, I'm really nervous about getting into one because I don't want to hold back the campaign by me screwing up or these sorts of things. But guess what? The amount of times I tell you guys, do you know how you get better at something? You fucking do it. That's the problem I have, and I fully acknowledge the, like, hypocrisy of the situation. Let's see, if it's a DM telling you, hey, do you want to join the campaign, that means that they are not a player count limit, and they want you there. The thing is, it's not the DM that's asking this, it's the group, without the DM currently. What the fuck did I open? What? I have to open the calculator. There are campaigns for newbies. A good DM will make sure you have a lot of fun as an inexperienced player too. I'm a big newbie myself, but was lucky and had a few good DMs introduce me to the game. Yeah, like, again, it's one of those things of, I know very openly, if I want to actually do this, I need to just talk with a DM about, hey, I would really like to do this, but I'm not very confident. Can you help me through the process? Yeah, I'll be fine. But, again, we've fucking seen how bad I am with that shit, right? was running a 6-player game with one guy trying to kill the others. Players were okay with this much. If you're invited, then talk to everyone involved. I'm sure nobody will have a problem with a new guy joining. Yeah. Again, it's one of those things of I know I'm putting greater perceptions onto the problem than there actually is. Right, there we go. That should work. I don't know. This is why I say, like, I feel like I need to find a good excuse for it. And that's the biggest problem I have, is I feel like I need an excuse to want to do the D&D, right? Like, one of the obvious excuses is the same excuse I use for games, is, oh, you know what I'd really like to do? I'll stream this game. Like, it's what I've considered, but I also, and I've said this before, I also have a part of me that's like, yeah, but streaming me as a new player, like in D&D, I got mixed feelings about it. Like, I fully acknowledge long term, I feel like I'd probably move to the DM role than I would more as a player role. Just because I know how I handle stuff like storytelling, I know how I do all that sort of stuff, I would be definitely more comfortable in that role. And just how willing I am to be attentive, play around all that stuff, direct the events, but also, like, enable really dumb shit. Whereas as a player, I would actively probably be trying the fucking DM's patience. So that's an important thing to also kind of acknowledge. Let's see. I'm back. Apparently disallows stream watching when I'm using mobile data. Huh. Then I need to do, so now I have, decaying stat. Value. What's dot value 2. Let's see. Let's see. Better to stream a game as a GM. Also, a bit of heads up. There is a difference in the way you play along with friends and how you play streamed game. Yeah. Friends convinced me with a one-shot, so I couldn't fuck up an entire campaign. Yeah, that's probably the other part as well. It's like, there's that fear of like, oh, we're playing a campaign, like what happens if I'm unavailable? Now I feel like an asshole as well. Different feel to it in my experience. I mean, like, obviously, there's massive differences on how I handle, like, playing a game on stream versus how I would probably be in, like, a tabletop RPG, right? Because I have to fill up a lot of dead space. Especially knowing that I'm on my own, right? I'd also probably have to be less attentive with chat, with y'all at that point. Like, the chats would definitely have to be put a little bit to the wayside. Because I'd have to focus on, or like, as a player or a DM, I'd have to focus more on what's being, like, put in front of me in the game sense. I would also be a lot less, like, sitting there and having random fucking discussions, potentially. And then stat. Type, right? And it's movement speed modifier. What are we doing? What are we yapping about? TTRPGs and playing them. Like, if I would play them, how would I play them? Yada, yada, yada. I advise watching streamed actual play if you ever try to stream a D&D game. There is something like a commercial break in some hour or 30 minutes. Take a short pause to read chat and respond to viewers. Yeah, well, I mean, I have seen that, right? Like, I do watch Legends of Adventurous and stuff like that. Adventurous, whatever. But I would fully, yeah, it would be constant breaks, get up, have some water, to go to the bathroom, yada yada yada. Right? Like, I fully, yeah. I don't know. Again, it's a much, like, grander, ongoing, like, a thing that I'd like to do for it. That I'm willing to do right now, right? Like, I can very openly say this is probably not happening until at least, like, much later into next year if I was to even attempt something like this. Because there's a big key thing of I need to find a group, I need to have some experience with it all. There's a reason why, like, I think I would enjoy DMing the most. But I'm not gonna DM as my first, like, actual proper experience with like a tabletop RPG, right? On top of that, I do have the advantage that I've played through Baldur's Gate a bunch, so I do kind of understand a little bit of the concept of D&D. I do know that's an adequate tutorial, so it's not like I'm again, I feel like it's going to be how I approached Magic, right? Where I came to Magic, I didn't fucking understand a lot of things, but, like, it has been about a year since I started playing Magic, and now I'm one of, like, the better players in our group. And regardless of what deck I'm piloting, I am just a problem player. because I have come to understand mechanics. I can do weird, wacky things with it all that people might not normally be able to do. Stuff like that, right? Like, that is the core stuff. If you want to run an online game or play in one, then I have a slot open for you and would be really eager to play as a player. That's fair. It's one of those things of I would just need to know what I'm doing with it all and know what I want to accomplish with it, right? Because it begs the question of, do I just want to accomplish doing D&D or, well, a tabletop RPG? Do I want to do it with specific kinds of people for an event? Do I yada yada yada, right? Like, there's so much to consider for it, and yes, again, I fully accept the criticism of me overthinking it, but I think at this point in time, y'all expect that from me, right? Like, of course I'm going to overthink it. That's what I do. Oh, that reminds me. I need to check something quickly. God, that's taking a long fucking time. Alright, there we go. I don't know. I mean, the fucking, was it the Magic Girl one we were talking about the other day? I still would love to do, like, a one-shot of that. But I feel like it would need the right kind of people for it. I'd love to do that, though. But that one is one that I would want to be a player for. Fight me. I just want to experience that one. That would be fucking funny as shit. Because there's no way in hell I'll be able to convince the people I know in real life to play that one. I know that for sure as well. Unless I offer them an obscene amount of drinks. Okay, I'm gonna add a show to you like a message so I know. See if I can get this to work. gonna just spam the ult, because this will probably speed things up. Oh. Able to find instance for object index 0. What? U3. So it struggled on this. Whoops. I forgot that I need to go find the index of it. Yeah, okay. Okay. That should fix that. But yeah, Devil, if you think you can, like, toss together a one-shot of that, Magic Girl one, go for it. I'll do that. We can sort that out in a weekend, I'm sure. There's no way that could go wrong. Okay. Wait, so what did it fail for? It failed to... I assume failed to find struct. On this one? Character, effects handler, yeah, so it's the effect one in positive effect. So it failed to find which one specifically. It'd probably be this one? I'd assume it's specifically the owner that it failed to find the structure for. Why? I feel like I've done the exact same thing before. The only difference is that I'm passing this through as like that first, I guess? But then all of this shouldn't work. One, two, three. So, like, it is triggering this specific function correctly. Okay. Sure. Debug message. Struct. And I'm just gonna quickly lower this to like 3. So we can trigger it earlier. Burnt tongue on hot cocoa. Tis a problem. Tis a problem. See, okay. This is one of those things, right? I have a question for y'all. With hot drinks, when you have them, do you like milk in them, and why? If you do like milk in them, why do you like milk in them? Curious. What if I do this then? Hot cocoa is for the creamy taste. Tea depends on the tea. So I agree with that. I can say openly for me, personally, I like most of my, like, drinks, for example, coffee. I'll have black, if time allows for it, right? But that may give you an indication of why I add milk to most of my drinks. It's not because, like, any grand, like, reason other than I would like to drink it sooner. It's almost like I'm not transferring the struct through at all. But how? How is that not working here? Maybe I just transfer the value. See how that goes. But yeah, no, so, it's just because I like to drink them sooner is why I put milk in. It's just genuinely the case. So if it's a tea that I know doesn't do well with it, it's a tea that's sitting there for a little while. Because I have a sensitive tongue. Hot, bad for me. Or too hot is bad for me. Okay, it seems to be working fine now. Let's just wipe the board. Ooh, is that stacking? Is it? Okay, let's do some changes to this then. So 0, has triggered ended. Okay, there we go. So triggered and ended. And then I'm also going to show debug message. Current cool down. And then owner dot cooldown reduction. Then we'll put this to 30 so we can test this relatively easy without excessive amounts. So the cooldown rate should go to 1 when this is resolved. At most, we should only ever see it at 1.6 because of reset. Got there's enough drops to make this very easy. We've got multiple triggers now. So I'm going to hide in here. is owner not coming through? Let's just temporarily set this to, like, 2 seconds, and then set this to 3 again. Because that would explain a lot if that's doing jack shit. Oh, the game did not like what I just did. Okay, yeah, so I shouldn't write an owner. Owner's a little too much for it to do. If this breaks again, I'm gonna have to run it in debug mode so I can see what the value is and see if I can track it properly. Okay, let's not overstimulate it this time. Yeah, it's okay. So owner is not coming through for some reason? Like, it's adding it. It's doing most of the stuff I should be doing. It's just not triggering this correctly. Unless... Oh, wait. I think I know. We'll see really quickly if I'm correct with what I'm thinking. You should be able to see really quickly, though. Does that work? Is that what was wrong? I think I did something wrong. Oh no. Okay, that's not working as intended. Okay, we've fixed part of it, but I think we messed up another part. Oh no. Oh, that was really funny. Oh. Oh, that was so good. I'm sorry. I think I looped something wrong there. Oops, that should be okay. How did I do that so wrong? Other than that. Oh, did I invert it? Okay, that should have fixed it. That was really funny. For all the wrong reasons, was that really funny? It's a feature, that's the ulti. No. That is not a feature. Alright. They should be... Huh. Okay. see how this goes. Let's see. Hey, Mello, do you plan on adding stat caps, or can we just get there with enough time wasted? So, the honest answer is I will probably put encoding caps. At most. However, cooldown does have soft capping. What you saw a second ago was a inverted number situation. More than an actual, like, thing that could be accomplished theoretically. Okay, I don't think I'm replacing correctly. I thought, that should replace, but clearly I'm wrong. Or, I mean, it's kind of, think of it like, it's the curve, right? It's the more cooldown rate you get, the less effective each bit of it is, until a point where it basically teeters off and does nothing. There is coding locks on it, as well, so there is a minimal, I think, the minimal cooldown rate is a frame. But, like, to obtain that on most things, you're probably not having a reasonable time. So can we have sentient potted plants? I mean, probably. It would be one of the many enemy types that I would probably do. Sounds like one that I've got planned. I mean, there's technically a boss that you could kind of consider that. It's a giant swamp dude. He's just a big, like, tree-looking dude. Okay, I think I see the problem now that I think on this further. Okay, so I should be able to fix this now by just doing struct instead. Now that I've rearranged this all. Let's see, they could serve as credits of development fun facts or something. No, like the lobby interactables. Oh, you want lobby interactables? Dude, you do realize the lobby is going to be interactable, right? Like, that's how you interact with, like, you interact with characters for that shit. That's how you select a character. We're very far from doing anything like that, though. Okay, I need to... What? I made this idea, all credit to... Yeah, all credit to Devil, sure. The idea did come from Devil, though. Like, legitimately. But no, like, I mean, there was always intended to be a bunch of different sort of stuff for that, but, like, yeah, you can, smack me in the face and tell me how you spent all off-stream time doing nothing and lazing around. Oh, I'm gonna have dialogue that does stuff for that. Don't you worry your little head about jokes like that. Hell, there's a boss that makes a joke at that. Okay, I'm gonna try this again and see if that was a unique case scenario. Whoa. There's a lot that went wrong there. Let's see. So why is the game broken? I'm not fully sure. I think I'm mishandling something, and I'm trying to figure that out right now. You're definitely mishandling your viewers. Damn. How about I manhandle you instead? How dare you be 2 hours late to stream yesterday and be sarcastic on Discord? Yeah. We wish. Yes, please. God damn it. Y'all are a mildly concerning bunch, aren't you? Okay, I think that's working now. Say it's the most concerning of all of us. Hey now. What he doesn't know is that I've done dumb shit already. Alright. That fixed my phone. Alright. Let's see how you work now. You should tell me all of the details I need to know now. At all of the given points. Okay. Current cooldown after is 1. Cool. It looks like it's working. Awesome. Nice. Okay. That took a lot of fucking work to get that working. Alright. So, what should be happening now is that it should be effectively cleaning up itself after each cooldown trigger attempt. That was basically the issue we were having. It wouldn't effectively, consistently reset itself. Now I've got it to reset itself, because the idea is, with this, stretch. Ow. This buff, theoretically, will just keep updating itself. If you are really, really powerful in a late game scenario, the idea is that this has, like, is a permanent buff that you have going. And it just keeps chaining and chaining and chaining. To get those numbers right will require testing, and it will require things to be implemented correctly and fully, which we are not at yet. There is a lot that needs to be done. But this should make the player feel a little bit more content. Fuck off. Content with how the system should work. It's not going to be very obvious in a lot of ways, though, because the cooldown rate isn't obscene that it gives you, and the movement speed buff currently isn't either, which I'm going to probably change that. I can actually probably change this now to being the deterioration, same as how I've got it currently. Should be nice. I'll do that later though. Because if you're wondering what I've done, by the way, one of the functions I tossed together very quickly earlier was this decaying stats one. And what it does is it basically just queues up a escalatingly downward spiral of the effect over a set amount of time. So what we do is we take in a duration value, we pin it against what I've put as the tick value here, which is 0.1. So 0.1 of a second. And then I take the value and I compare it to how many times we'll have the tick down, and it will just keep minusing that value down quickly. So technically speaking, funnily enough with this buff, if you're really obscenely fast with it, which I don't know is going to be possible, you can have infinitely stacking boosts of movement speed because they will work next to each other. But keep in mind, the buff for the movement speed has a duration of 1 second. Like for its decay time. So you have basically a 100% movement speed buff for 1 second. That deteriorates over that time. I can change that duration quite easily. That's some of the best parts of what we've done, is I can now also tweak that duration to be a little bit longer if I feel like I need to, and do that. How fast does one need to move to get out of bounds in 1 frame? It's a good question. Theoretically, you would need a movement speed that supersedes frame checks. So you would need, it's more about a distance than it's easier to measure in distance than it is to measure in, speed. You would need enough distance between frame checks to find yourself out of bounds. However, I have catches for that stuff. You will slam into the wall of the edge of the map. However, you may find yourself outside of terrain. And then you're stuck permanently. I will probably put in niche case scenario checks for this. Eventually, but I do have room locking, though. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. You literally cannot move greater than the room. So you can, when we look at the stuff, right, look at how I drag and keep in mind that's probably your best point of call of where I can access, theoretically, if I nuke my speed insanely high. Right? Because this bit here, so it says clamp, right? So what it's basically saying is that the character, when it moves, cannot move outside of these parameters. So I literally, as you can see here, cannot drag the character further than the space of the map. But you could theoretically end up in here. However, if you're in here, you can see I can't move because it's colliding with the terrain constantly. Does that make full sense for that? It's probably most obvious here as well that, like, it is literally the size of the tile that you are pushed back by. So if there is one tile, I know my head's kind of in the way. If there is one tile distance like this, you will just hit it. It is not the map. It's not the tile that's stopping you anymore. This is actually the positional check. Whereas on this side of the map, that's the tile stopping. You can tell because I can clip over it a little bit, and that's where the hard stop is. Because I've got my mouse all the way off screen, and it should actually drag beyond screen, if it could. So, trust me, I do know how players work. I do check with place meeting, which should also mean that even if you go, like, supersonic, you'll just freeze. Even if you hit the tiles. Because I believe place meeting has a constant check of whether or not you would collide along path. I don't think it's resulting position. I believe it's collide at any point between origin position and new position. Let's see. So this is what we're working with here. With this function, you can check a position for a collision with another instance, or all instances of an object using the collision mask, blah blah blah. You're effectively using GameMaker to move the instance to the new position, check for a collision, move back, and tell you if a collision was found or not. Yeah. So it will basically tell you if you're moving too fast, you'll actually not be able to move near walls. If I'm understanding correctly. Like, it will just bounce you. I'm sorry. Yeah. No, I actually do put in the effort to ensure certain things work correctly. The only reason I can get on the grass is because I'm using a tool that I have in debugging that I'm going to be disabling for the release, which is this one here. Boo. Damn, it's almost like I want my game to actually be, like, functional and not break like a fucking cheap toy from the $2 store. How dare I? I know, right? Also says a lot about me that was something I added in very early on, right? So I know people. I know how people play. They play out of bounds whenever the fuck they can. But breaks make it funny, you can improve it later. It's, again, it's one of these things that it's like, this is a foundation system. So it makes a lot of sense to ensure that this was in. It's also something that I added to the previous version of the game, so it was very fast to re-add it. Because I just took the system and then modified it to the modern version. I'm pretty sure this is literally code you can find in the old one, but like, not with position check, I believe. I think it was just an XY check. Or just a movement thing, not position. Because position's part of the vectoring movement. You're literally anti-people like me. I'm sorry. Look, okay, you wanna my real statement for a moment, right? How I believe in games, like this, again, we're gonna specify to specifically within this genre, is that the game should function nice and cleanly. However, if you find weird interactions within abilities and stuff like that, as long as it's not against my philosophy of the game, that shit's staying. Oh, you found a way to, like, not break the game, but, like, infinitely deal damage to the entire map and just never do anything? Go for it. However, if it breaks the game, I will take an effort to fix that. Fire and then zoom in with a sniper to render the enemies and cameras in and hack the cameras to start killing the entire groups of hacks from a distance. See, that's one that I fuck with, right? I like that. If you told me in my game you'll manage to get somewhere you're not really supposed to and do that stuff, I'm kind of okay and I will allow that, right? But my philosophy is, I want you to have as much fun with this as possible, but I want to make sure it's a clean experience. Keeping in mind, it is a multiplayer designed game, so I have to reduce lag-orientated things as much as possible. Just as a soft reminder, the one thing in the game that is basically you would heal on damage has a very low odds chance of occurring, purely because Iron Mouse also exists. Iron Mouse deals damage in an AoE when she would heal. Do we all see what the problem is with this? There's also a reason why that effect has a minute internal cooldown. It's stuff like that that I'm doing to ensure the game doesn't just break, but if you find a way to infinitely keep healing, and it works alongside the fact that that affects on a cooldown, go for it. I ain't stopping you. Like, seriously, that is my opinion on the matter. I think it's a fairly minor cooldown as well, right? Yeah. 0.25 seconds. So every quarter of a second cooldown. I could probably reduce that, realistically. Let's make that like a 1/10 of a second. So every 1/10 of a second, you have a cooldown on if you would heal, dealing damage in an area around you. That is a lag preventative measure. That is it. That is... Now, yes, you could consider that a fun, like a fun nerf. I won't fully disagree, but it's like, it's fun once or twice, and then it's just game ruining the rest of the time, right? We like breaking shit, but bones are off limits. I think that's actually a really great way to encapsulate the concept, right? Is it's like, I'm okay with you beating this game senseless. However, it's gotta be below the collar. Right? Like, it needs to be in a way that everyone is man, that is an abusive statement I just made. But it's the idea that it's like, you can't do any irreparable damage and ruin other people's experiences. But you can definitely do some stuff that's fucking nuts. And I'm not against that. Not at all. Go for it. Do the damage. I love the idea of it. But, like, if it's clearly, unintended, that's the stuff, right? It's like, if this is unintended and unintuitive and unfun, I'm taking action. If it is unintended but is fun, I'm gonna probably leave it alone. One of the examples I can give for this is there was actually a point in time in the previous game where, a character's damage tick was, incorrectly handled. So it would basically stack the damage tick in near infinitely and just instantly kill something, right? It was Juniper's weapon. Juniper's weapon made it so every single frame it applied the DOT tick off every single projectile. What did this mean? This meant if you hit a boss, it instantly died because it was taking like 5 damage somewhere close to 1,000 times. That is unintended and that is very unintentional, very much not fun, very much not okay for the game, right? That is literally just the weapon working base, by the way. That was what it did level 1. Now, if you told me you'd manage to accomplish that with a build, where, like, you've got a late game build, you've got all your levels and everything like that, you've maxed out a weapon or two, and that occurs, go for it. You've put in work, you can have high power. But, like, yeah, no, when I start the game, I shouldn't be able to one-shot every single boss in the game. By accident. Like, fuck, they didn't even need to be on screen. So now I believe it's each project... I don't know if I've got it correctly working on this, but I think it's each individual projectile applies the DOT once per enemy. So you can apply multiple instances of the DOT still, but you can't just stack it like a bajillion times on the same target. I believe that's the system. Right. Oh, I haven't actually added it to this one yet, have I? Yeah, what am I fucking thinking? Yeah, so I haven't added it, re-added it yet, but that's how it is currently working in the other one. Good old Mothgoop. Mothgoop is still the, like, premier boss killer, by the way. I still genuinely believe Juniper will be one of the best boss killing characters in the game. Like, specifically her weapon, but just her kit in general will make it so she can, like, kind of fuck with shit pretty easily. I made full set of notes for my vampire. We'll post whatever on Discord. Hell yeah. But yeah, like, I don't know. It's a difficult one because, again, welcome to game development. We have to see it from two different perspectives. You have to see it from on your end, where it's, I have to design a game that functions, works, does the stuff I want it to do, stuff like that. But then you have to see it from the player's perspective. Players kind of just want to have fun, surprisingly. But then there's also competitive aspects, there's casual aspects, there's all these sorts of things. This game is a very casual-orientated game. There is very low competitive nature to it. But I'm not against putting in, like, leaderboards, for example, eventually. Maybe. We'll see. Stuff like that. Kind of write it in a readable way. Yeah. Can we have a chaos item that just randomizes players' stats and max multipliers or something randomly once? Do I? Making me look at something now. Give me a second before I say anything in response to that. Yeah, okay, cool. I can respond to that then. Okay, so Bay. We all remember our little funny chaotic rat. Her passive, written down here, because I was trying to remember if it's in these notes or if it's in my notes. Just the passives in these notes. When you would skip a level, because keep in mind you can choose to skip levels in this game. However, most of the time, skipping a level is you just don't have a level. You leveled up and you skipped it. It's not it's only good to do when there's literally no options in that shop and you've got no rerolls or don't want to spend rerolls. It's a very expensive option, right? It's massive trade-offs for this really doesn't fit my build and I don't want to banish more or I don't want to reroll more or I can't, sort of thing. However, Bay's mechanic is about that. When you would skip a level, gain a random thing from this that current selection, and then also gain random bonus stats, increasing for each time you have consecutively skipped. Does that give you a chaos feel? Because that's the idea. That is my answer to would I add a chaos thing like that. Is I have a character that's that. A character that's fully based around that. What I want is a chance for it to be detrimental. I would be hesitant on that. I can do it, but what would I do for that? I'm very careful with detrimental effects to players. Because I think I've talked about the shadow problem before, right? The shadow item problem. So, when I talk about the shadow item problem, I'm referring to a specific problem that existed. It exists in other games, but specifically the TFT version of it, right? So, Teamfight Tactics, the alternative game mode in the League of Legends client, made by Riot Games. How shadow items worked was that they gave you, in fact, I can look them up, and this will be the best way to go through this, right? TFT shadow items. So this was possibly, to date, the worst mechanic ever added to TFT. So here we go. So you would have to put together two items, one of which has to be a shadow item, and you would get a shadow version of the item that you would have built, right? So an Infinity Edge, a Shroud of Stillness, all that sort of stuff. So these are the mechanics. Now, the Sacrificial Infinity Edge is probably going to be sounding like the best one of the lot. I'm just going to say that now. But it should still tell you what's going on. So, this grants 75% crit chance. Each point of crit strike above 100% becomes crit strike damage. Most of those effects are basically what the normal Infinity Edge gives, except less crit chance. Gives crit damage, which is about the same as normal. Each time the holder critically strikes, deal 3% of their maximum health to themselves as true damage. Which is unmitigatable damage, basically. They are taking 3% of their health every time they hit a crit. Which, I'm going to tell you now, is 100% of the time. With 75% chance, because they had a base 25% chance at the time. A Shroud of Stillness. When combat begins, the holder shoots a beam straight ahead and behind that delays afflicted enemies and allies' first ability cast. The normal one of this only affects enemies but has a slightly less lower value. So these are what I refer to when I talk about like shadow items effects, right? Is that they give you a stronger effect but give you a negative. Players don't like losing things. The vast majority of players do not like losing a thing. even if you give them a bigger benefit, the vast majority of players will pick the smaller benefit that doesn't give a detriment. I also agree with gambler mentality. When I'm given an option in like the simulated universe in Star Rail, there is an example, an option where there is a small chance to get a reward, or there is a greater chance, but you also get a negative if you succeed. I will often, depending on the run, pick that second option. However, I am built in a way that doesn't give a shit. So all of a sudden, that negative doesn't actually do anything, or is woefully just destroys your entire game plan. This is the problem with these systems, is that the biggest drawback is that aspect of, like, a player doesn't like to lose things. I am very hesitant on whenever I would give a player a detrimental effect. An example, though, is if we go to Nyanas. Nyanas is a great example of me finding what I would consider the happy medium. So, Nyanas, her weapon is is basically you summon a tentacle that fires at people. Very much kind of like think of a pea shooter from, what's it called? Plants vs. Zombies, right? Like, it's very much, you summon a tentacle, do that. Her item gives her bonus duration. Her passive, so only she gets this, gives her reduced cooldown rate. Now, keep in mind, the term cooldown rate is the higher the cooldown rate, the faster your cooldowns come back. So more cooldown rate is good. You start at 100% cooldown rate. Your default. This reduces it to 60%. Your cooldowns are substantially longer. Remember, the lower the value, the more it impacts because of the way cooldown rate is. However, also keep in mind, it cannot be increased at all. But all of the cooldown rate you lose is transplanted into duration instead, at an amplified state. Why have I done this? This is a character that is duration focused. I am going to not do things often, but I am going to do things for a long time. And they're all about summons as well, which is very much more towards her lore for that aspect. Again, it's tentacles, come on. So, that is how I would approach that sort of effect, but I do it highly infrequently. I don't like taking things away from the player unless it leads to a unique scenario that feels interesting. Ollie is another example. Her rerolls cost health instead, and you can infinitely reroll as long as you have health. Once you hit, but you have to have the health to spend to do the reroll, basically, right? It'll be, like, say, if it's 100 health, if you have 99, it will not let you reroll. But rerolls are then proceeded to convert, like your normal reroll values are converted into max health instead. This is taking away but adding things in equal measure that doesn't truly take away a mechanic from the player. But that kind of also goes to that Bay argument, right? Like, I'm telling you to do what's considered unoptimal plays, but to have fun with them. The fun part is, this potentially means that you get, like, a bunch of shit weapons. It potentially means you get a bunch of... Or, You could play it hyper smart, get all the things you want specifically first, make sure you've got one level of all the weapons and items you definitely know you want to get, and then you can just auto, like, random from that point onwards, right? You could skip from there, and you're great. But you'll definitely have lower skip values than you would have had if you just fucking sent it from the beginning. And keep in mind, it is a random bonus stat. You could just get this all in armor. You could get this all in movement speed. You could get this all in cooldown rate. You could get this all in anything. Or you could get it so split that you actually don't even notice the stat bonuses. The idea is to basically tell you the funnest way to play Bay is to just start skipping from the beginning and send it. The optimal way is to definitely set up your kit first. I mean, fucking Chibidoki, right? Is whenever you when you summon one of the clones, it inverts a random one of your control inputs. That kind of goes into that category of like giving you a bonus but giving you a detriment, but it fits so thematically with the design of the character that it works really well. Fillion as well is another good example of that. Where Fillion has some really weird kit, I'll be honest. So her item is that you get less experience needed for each level, and while below 50% health, you gain a percentage of experience needed for your next level per second. Then you've got a passive, while moving, lose health but gain damage. The amount of damage is higher at lower health thresholds. And then also her ability is that you gain damage reduction based on your missing health. So you probably want to have some healing, and you just keep running around, keep your health kind of on that, like, balancing act. Her ult also could just kill her, I'm gonna be honest. Fillion is weird, that's fair for a kid to be weird. Well, I mean, I can make that argument with almost every VTuber ever, right? Every VTuber's weird. And that's where it comes to the argument of, like, would I add a full-blown chaos effect that's like, okay, randomize your stats between 0 to 100% of its effectiveness. Well, I can't do that with some stats. I can't do that with cooldown. I can't give you negative cooldown rate most of the time. And if I do, I have to cap it on how much I can negative it, right? Because I need to only ever enable scenarios that are within the scope of playable. I can't give you negative cooldown rate because that will break the game. I can't give you negative movement speed because that will break the game. These sorts of things I cannot enable. I'm not going to. And I'm going to say that now, is that I'm going to ensure as much as I can that it is a stable state. A negative integer in these scenarios would result in a irregular action and the game will break. But be creative with the builds. Make your character immortal. Make your character do gazillions of damage. Make your character fucking do everything. I don't know. I ain't against that. But would I be against giving a... Like, the more I think on it, what I would probably do, right, if I was to add a chaos option like that, I was thinking more like 0.5 to 1.5 times roll. Yeah, that's probably what I would do. It would just literally be, I would need to check where I cap it, right? I would need to do a thing where it would be a very, like, unique thing. Like, it could be a modifier that your stats get randomized at the start of the game. It could, like, stuff like that I could do. I would not be against doing that. I mean, fuck, if we look at the modifiers that already exist in the game, there are some that are mean. Just as, again, these aren't all the ones that we had in the game. We had a lot in there, and a lot of them got rebalanced as well, according to the thing. There is, like, a negative one that is, yeah, here, don't do it. Start at 1 health. Your healing is less effective, you deal less damage, and enemies gain bonus stats. Eat shit, basically, is what this one is. Don't do it is what it's called, and it's very accurate. I'm not against doing randomizers. I'm not against that sort of stuff. In that case, I wouldn't be against that. Because then it would be unique runs. I hope that kind of adds to the explanation of, like, philosophy with this specific game, my philosophy towards a lot of this stuff. I think it's important to always remember, like, you aren't the only person playing your game, right? Maybe an in-lobby option before you start the game, you flip a switch. Okay, so this is where I asked Clap, do you know how the modifiers system was going to work in this? Because think of it like a random mutation options at the start of a game, right? So you have, the idea is, you can't actually see it in the thing, but like you'd see it in the other version of it. There are, let's pull up Paint because it'll be easy. In the lobby, there were 3 portals, right? And each of these portals lead to the same room. However, well, eventually that might change, right? But the idea was each portal had a list of modifiers, right? Each individual one had different lists. They're all unique. Then there was a modifier value that you had. And what this modifier value could range from, like, we'll say, I think it was like 3 to like 11. And these modifiers you see in here have values attributed to them. If you look at the back end of these, you see 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, stuff like that, right? The idea is that it's positive gets 1 more than negative. So if you have the total value is like 7, you have 7 possible total value of positive modifiers and 6 total value of negative modifiers, and it will randomize from the list per portal based on your modifier value. Now, modifier value you could edit, but yeah, that's it. You had 3 portals, those were in front of you, pick. You could not choose your modifiers. Each run was unique because of that. The lower the modifier, the less, lower the modifier value, the less impactful ones you'll see, the less variety you'll see, potentially, and all that sort of stuff. That's important to keep in mind. Like, with the positives, some of them were just start with a little bit more base health, start with an additional level, start with a little bit more armor, stuff like that. Whereas, like, the later ones, Perfectionist has a bit of a value here. When having not taken damage for some time, gain experience required for the next level. Apex, one of the biggest ones. Levels require more experience, but on level, gain permanent stats. But the thing is, this value was so high, the idea is you don't get any other positive modifiers. You only get the Apex one. And you have to have a full list of negative modifiers to even get that one. So I guess it's already in place. It is fully functioning in the original version of the game, to the extent that there are some that are amazing, by the way. I am die, thank you forever is literally periodic explosions spawn around you. And trust me when I say, that functioned. It just spawned damage zones around you, move. They will fucking do like 100 damage to you. Oh sure, you have like 1,000 health. There are spawning like 7 of these every few seconds. Run. You cannot stand still. And I very much got openly told by someone that doesn't like these games, oh, these modifier levels are way better when they're higher. And it's like, yes, but not everyone's gonna want that. So I'm giving an option. You can keep the modifier value low, or you can keep it high. There is more peak power potential at a higher modifier level, but it's way more potentially detrimental as well. Let's actually open up the old game and have a look, shall we? Because again, like this was functioning. We had it. In fact, again, on the current version of the game that's available on the itch page, this is there. You can modify it as much as you want and everything. There's a couple of changes I'm going to be making to the overall architecture of the system, but it's pretty much going to be the same. Because I think that was one of the things that I loved the most with the idea of it. And it was, funnily enough, an idea that was kind of a throwaway that I thought about when I had taken a week off streaming. It wasn't last Christmas, it was the Christmas before. I'd taken like a week away to hang out with a mate. And I came up with the idea randomly, and we went with it. Funnily enough, do you want to know where it actually originally comes from, the idea? It came from TFT, because it was the voting portals at the time. Translated the entire stab block and sent it in Discord. It's larger than I thought it would be. Oh god. I'll have a look in a sec. I'm just going to show the old game quickly. I say quickly, quotation marks. While that's booting up, I can look probably. Alright, let's see. God damn, that's a lot of stats. Okay. Oh my god, there is so much going on with that list. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Yeah, that seems pretty good. Alright, so you can't fully see it. I'm gonna have to drag the game over. Down here is the modifiers. And if I hover over, you see how these are the very low-end modifiers. So modifiers, 2 + 2 = 5, gain 25% more experience. Enemies use harden. Enemies gain 30 armor. Can we have a mod that periodically maybe covers a small part of your screen? Less visibility could be a negative mod. Or darkness where you can only see around the player. Probably not. However, that will not be okay. I'll say that wouldn't be a modifier effect that I would do. Because again, modifier effects are supposed to be all-encompassing permanent kind of effects to the game. It affects the pacing, it affects the general playstyle, everything like that, right? That is something I would do for a boss, and I have planned for a boss. Okay, let's move to modify 8 value and have a little look at some of these. So you can see all of a sudden the list is way more intense. Healthy, start with 100 health. Reduce speed by 50% but gain 50% area and 100% pickup. When having not taken damage for some time, heal full and health is full, gain EXP. Then we have enemies use harden, don't do it, and enemy haste. And reminder, don't do it is start at 1 health, healing is 50% less effective, deal 10% less damage, enemies gain plus 20% health, speed, damage, and spawn rate. Mel's Yoga, yes. All of these are shitposts. We have Ding, which is levels require less experience. Or batteries, you gain charges as your EX, but they take longer to charge. More healthy, we have Rejected by Oshi. I am Die, thank you forever. Enemy used Harden, enemy used Haste, because these are very cheap, so they slot in very easily. This one we have Apex and Healthy. Then we have Rejected by Oshi. I am Die, thank you forever. Enemy. This is actually a really good one. That's a fucking insanely strong one. Fact. Because it still sticks to, yeah. So you see what I mean by the I am Die, thank you forever. These are the explosion zones. Should have probably leveled up Huntable there. Ooh, Life from the Depths is tempting, but no, Mothgoat. There we go. Let's see. These make me way happier than you can imagine. Oh, again, I know. Trust me, I do. Do not think you're the only one that's like very much wanting that sort of effect. There's a reason I added it. Yeah, damage is pretty good. I'm so lucky I'm just getting Monster Rush off the shrine, man. Fight me! Heal me! Do kind of want to quickly turn off that screen shake. Whoops. Yeah. I mean, you're gonna really like bosses then, Clap. I can say that now. Again, bosses were one of the more beloved, things as well. But they're not getting added for a very long time. Or re-added, I should say. I'm gonna start leaving versions of the game available, by the way, and just moving the newest one to the very tops of it all the time. Because if I did that, then if I didn't do that, then and continued making it so only the newest version was available, the version of the game that's basically the old game before the refactoring would just be gone then. And the new Vision project's the only one there, which is not really, I feel like, a great showcasing of the game. So, that will be changing up a fair bit. But yeah, no, there are several bosses that give, like, damage zones, they have, mass AoE effects, they have all sorts of stuff. We need an archive of the versions of the game. Well, I mean, technically all of my versions of the game are on there, it's just they're not visual. Right? That's not a joke, by the way. Like, if I go to itch, I go to my account, when itch loads, oh, I'm not logged in. I can't show the thing currently. Give me a sec. Like, I have archives of all the games on here, and in other places. I just don't have them public, because I had the mentality of, since we're in such an early state development cycle, the old version of the game was actually just not worth a while. Right? Because it was a strict upgrade. It would fix bugs, it would fix bugs, it would fix bugs, mechanics would work correctly, stuff like that. There's no point in having the older version of the game because it actively didn't work or it would break. And be unplayable. So those were the changes that I like, that's why I was doing that. That's why this is different, because I'll be moving in a much more, like, it's, again, it's a downgrade to an angle. So things need to change out. I think it's this. What was the... I can't remember my password for itch. Just gonna forgot password this shit. Oh, that would be why, because I had it under the other account. Oh, okay. It's under that one then. Would you look at that? I logged in. I'm getting a... I have to do a fucking verification code. Okay, give me a sec. Alright, there we go. Yeah. So if I go here, this is what you guys see, right? You see one download here, you see a bunch of development logs and all this. If I go into edit game, you'll actually see that there is... So, you can see that these are hidden. Hide this file and prevent it from being downloadable. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 versions of the game that have hidden from view. And trust me, you can go look at them. You can look at the devlog for it all. And see what I mean by, like, there is very minor changes between it all. Because if we go back to it, you can see that, like, for example, it's cleanup tooltips. Added characters. Which, again, everything upwards. What do we go for the thing? I was lazy back then. Gameplay system changes. Quick change to cap the amount of bosses spawning correctly. Fixes the tooltip description. Added temp controls description. Balance fixes. This one was a thing I fucked up. And I fixed it like a patch or two later. Let's see, what was this one? Added room changing system to make it better when swapping rooms. Fix stat icons. Added better box construction, fixing a number of issues. Quick fix to some cleanup for the player. More tooltip fixes, mix bugs. Minor balance changes. Increase the loss rate of passive stacks over time on hit, but increase the area. Lowered her Guru's max health. Changes the booby, increased the number of kills required, and lowered the percentage heal of his ability, because he basically became an immortal. Which was a complaint people were putting forward. Fix issues with bosses, fix potential issues with drops, fix an issue with room-changing particle effects, which would crash the game. Massive overhaul to how skills are displayed via tooltips and during the upgrade screen. Now shows a lot more information to the player. Upgraded UI has improved. Added screen shake for some cases, which we saw earlier. Added a new enemy. And then balance changes. What were these ones again? Light from the Depths now grants percentage armor instead of flat amounts. Because it was absolutely garbage. Clan of Kindred base healing has increased from 2 to 2 plus 1 per level to 20 plus 10. Just Keep Swimming now has per level scaling, because it didn't even have that for a while. Reform the Deads now has per level scaling, but higher base cooldown. I believe it got to, I think it was like 20 or 30% seconds longer at level 1, but it was like 20-30 seconds quicker at the max level of it. Create Slash Fiction, increased per level scaling and added additional scaling. Aura Slash added and spread out some of her leveling. It became substantially better. 12, 38. The problem was she was like way too well statted at the beginning of it, so. Yeah, this was a lot that got done here, if I remember. Yeah. UI's changed and introduced better clarity and understanding of stats and tooltips. Characters can now be interacted with. This is when Devil got involved and suggested an idea. So, would you look at that, Devil? The update that got that you fucking put your hand in for was over 349 days ago. Good God. Around the room, set player's current stat and character and assist. The mirror allows the player to change between the character skins. Only Iron Mouse at this point, which is still the case. Now fully not supposed to be not fully work, but the special crate only rewards haven't been whatever. I don't know what they're supposed to say. BGM, Speak the Devil, Iron Mouse. This got changed a lot because I think it got reworked several times. Feels so old now, yeah. Then we had when Matara and Cinder got added. New bosses got added. Damage and healing scaling numbers got changed. Shrine update, so we added the shrines. And fixed a lot of bugs. Get it, bugs. So Matara stuff, all new. Cinder stuff as well. Cinder hasn't actually changed mechanically. I probably don't plan to. Oh yeah, this got changed a little bit, but this is Doki's item, right? If I remember correctly. Yoga Pants also is no longer Yoga Pants, got changed name. Main goal thing, yeah, I was talking about the bosses very briefly, saying there's not much going on here. Oh no, this is when I added a shitload of the bosses, right? Yeah, this is when I added all of these bosses. Oh, Jesus, yeah, so we went from, Party Animal to also having Knife Doggo, Mischievous Magical Girl, and then the hard bosses of Queen of Clothes and Shadow Monster. Shadow Monster, I don't think was working at the time, and I don't think he can actually spawn. So, funnily enough. Shrine update, a lot of shrine stuff. We've seen a little bit of that when I was playing it earlier. Re-added damage and healing numbers. This can be turned off in the settings, because yeah, I had to turn it off for a little while. Reduce the damage and area from the timeline binding. Oh god, yeah, that's right, because that got too good too quickly. Yeah. This was part of it. So, Moth Goop DOT now stacks indefinitely, but no longer does impact damage. Each projectile applies it to a target up to 1 time. Damage is reduced. Mouse Hell's Bells, healing. Again, this gets changed a lot. She gets a rework at some point. Compound timelines now correctly refreshes after use. Fixed Mothaholic, so it correctly gives the right value. Was giving far too much irregularly before. Yeah, it's because it was really fucked up. And then what was after this? Yeah, so this is the Iron Mouse like soft rework. Say soft rework, massive rework to how she functioned. Passive now, this I think got potentially buffed as well, but like item no longer gives area based on health, but now gives, now the regen part is affected by heal amp, and then her ability also granted like base regen, which was huge to her kit. Yeah, a lot of just general boring changes. And then this is the last one I did, which was when Fuwawa and Mokoko got added. Yeah, that's right, clip that. Lose 5% max health, or like lose 5% health per second. While health is above 10% gain, massive damage. And then also Lap Pillow just gives you a shitload of healing app. Komicho got massively buffed because it was really fucking doing nothing on the best builds for it as well. Yeah, this was a fun one, and this is one that I still love. People hate me for. I mentioned here, remove the tint effect from the escape menu in the run to add a little bit more clarity that the game is not paused during this time. This is an intentional system, as at this stage it is to accommodate multiplayer systems that will be added later. People do not like the fact that you cannot pause the game. I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. Fucking deal with it. I stand by that. It pauses when you level up for a portion of time. You don't like it, leave. Like, you can just leave the run. Oh, but this run's really fun. You can roll for it again. I'm sorry. You just gotta have to deal with it. I'm not letting you pause the game. Fuck you. Spits on your face, spits right back. In fact, actually, you know what? I'm gonna open my mouth. I'm gonna fucking eat that spit, swallow that shit, look you dead in the eye, and lick my lips. Yeah, no, fucking last thing saying like, oh, I'm working on this, I'll be back later. But yeah, so I hope that kind of gives an idea of like, I don't think I'm ever gonna let those versions of the game be seeable again. Like, I just don't. And it's not for any grander reason than it's just, I literally don't think it's worth it. That reminds me of the severe backlash Minecraft Bedrock kept having because pausing wasn't a thing. It's really dumb to me, personally, because fun fact, did you know in most of these games, you actually can't pause? It's also like, think of Dark Souls, right? Like, you can get to an area where you could theoretically pause, sure, but you don't actually pause. I feel like I gotta take a nap or I'll degrade even further with my humor. Bye. Fair enough, Devil. But catch you later. Have good sleep. In fact, I'm probably gonna be finishing up soon as well. Because, reminder, I only really stream for like 5 hours typically, and we're at 4.5. But it feels earlier for you, because the time zone changed. Sorry. Suffer my fucking annoying voices. But yeah, as Clap said there, take care, Devil. So what you see here, by the way, outside of me adding like things so you can swap between the characters, you're pretty much, this is what you're getting when I release like an update for this, which will be this week, quotation marks. Actually, that reminds me of something I do need to talk about. And I talked about this very briefly, I think yesterday on Discord. Due to circumstances that I'm not going to fully explain, because they're very much not something I'm willing to talk about too much, I might have to cancel streams a little bit more often over the next month or so. I will give as advance notice as I can. However, that might be all the way to an hour before stream. I warn of that. Right? So, I will warn for that. That also impacts all these statements I'm making about this game being released this week. If nothing happens, which is unlikely, If nothing happens, I will probably be doing it within the week time. Otherwise, I would expect to see this before next Monday stream. So this day stream. That would probably be a valid assumption to make. Because I have a lot that's going to be coming out with that update. And I plan on working on a shitload of stuff as well, if I can, between now and then. What the fuck did I just say? I really need to get a new charging cable, man. I fucking hate this thing. Looks like my phone's nearly fed up with it too. Alright, there we go. But yeah, no, I would like to be more transparent if I could, but I can't. And I could be, but I prefer not to be. And y'all should probably know by now, if I'm like being this reserved on talking about something, it's for good reason, and I'm not going to budge on it. Just know this could occur, and it will happen probably more frequently the later we get into this. But I will try and be as transparent about the streams as I possibly can, when I can. It also means that I potentially might have more phone calls during stream time, so there might be more pauses like that. We'll see. But I will try and always make an effort to make up for streams I miss out on. I mean, this week I'm already doing an extra stream on my Sunday, I believe it was. Or at least intending to accommodate for as well. So all I ask is that with this situation, I please request that you lend me your understanding and patience with it all. That is the intention from it all. It's like I want to be still as transparent as I possibly can with it all, and have y'all be fine. But there are limitations. Understanding has been given. Like, again, it's one of those things that, like, I'm pretty sure I don't have to do the whole song and dance, but I would prefer to do the whole song and dance to ensure that it's, like, everyone knows and understands what we're all getting into with this situation. I think that's just fair on you guys. Yeah. Right. But I do kind of half intend to try and be done with the Villainess game this week. Because I do want to be moving on to Final Fantasy VIII soon. Because I want to try and get Final Fantasy VIII done before Christmas. Or at least put it on break during Christmas. So we can do something else during that Christmas time. Because again, I still kind of intend to do something like a marathon stream of some ilk during that time. We will see how it all goes. Expect more song and dance on the karaoke stream this week. Woo. Fun little fact, by the way, the reason I chose Wednesday for it, or no, for Thursday for that stream, is purely so I can spend all of Wednesday just singing more and resting as much as I damn well can. I fully expect to not come out of that day very well, and have lost my voice fully. So I'm going to be very, very cautious leading up to it to ensure that I'm doing okay. But yeah, I think with that all being the case, I actually might wrap up here. Because the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, I just kind of want to go have a snooze now. For a little bit. and sort out some stuff this evening. But I hope that everything I've done today and talked about today has been fun for that all. I haven't actually hit any topics today, but it's because game dev kind of like eats up a lot of my attention. And y'all have brought some topics as well forward, so I'll be very disappointed if you perish after Thursday. I mean, it will literally be, again, I have like 10, 12 songs queued up, with a few more that I'm trying to find karaoke versions of. It is not a small list, and I fully expect it to take an hour and a half to 2 hours to sing all of them. So it is fully, we do karaoke, the stream probably ends after 2 hours, and I go pass the fuck out. We will see. But yeah, no, with that all being the case though, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.